We'll go ahead and call the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners regular agenda session to order for December 11th, 2025. I want to welcome everyone here as we begin to lead into the Christmas and holiday season. So thank you all for being here. And at this time, we'll go ahead and have the invocation and the pledge. If you're able to stand, please stand with me. Heavenly Father, thank you for blessing us today and all the blessings you bestow upon us as we enter this holiday season and this religious season. Please let us, each and every one of us, remember the true reason for this season that we are entering in, and guide our hand today as we make decisions on behalf of this community, and strengthen us as we make decisions to help the citizens across our community. Also, please watch over our first responders and military as they continue to be in harm's way here and abroad. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time we'll move to item 1, approval of the agenda. County Manager Greer, are there any items to change or changes to the agenda?
Yes, Chairman Devier. First, we'd like to move, we'd like to have a closed session under paragraph GS 143-318.11, paragraph A-3, attorney-client matter. With that, I'd like to move item N, Manchester Fire District, to closed session. Additionally, we'd like to move item O, proactive contract, to the December 15th board meeting. And that is all the changes to the agenda from a staff perspective. Sorry.
Commissioners, any changes? Board, I would ask that we go and go ahead and remove item 6B, and I'll bring that back as a commissioner request in the future.
And Mr. Chairman, let me clarify, there will be 2 closed session matters for attorney-client, 2 matters.
Any other additions or changes? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
There's been a motion to approve the agenda as modified. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Go ahead and move to item 2, approval of the minutes. Any questions or comments on the minutes?
Motion to.
We've got a motion to approve the November 13, 2025 agenda session minutes. It's been properly seconded. Any discussions on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item 3, consideration of agenda items. Item A, memorial bench for Jen Doyle.
Yes, Jeremy Stefanko, Internal Services Director, will present this item and answer your questions. But back in July, unfortunately, Jen Doyle, our wellness coordinator, passed. And we've been trying to find a way to honor Jen's memory, and Jeremy will go over that. Jeremy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
As many of you know, as Mr. Greer said, July 2025, Jen Doyle, our Cumberland County Wellness Coordinator, unexpectedly passed away. She was quietly involved with the Cumberland County Employee Garden. A bench is being donated in her honor, and we would like to commemorate her by leading that dedication and putting that bench in her honor. We are requesting the Board of Commissioners approve the acceptance of this honor, a bench in her honor, to be placed in a garden, and to place the item as an agenda of consent for the agenda on December 15th. This is just a picture of the garden here, and this is a kind of a prop of what the bench will look like. And I'll be up for any questions if there's any questions related to this.
Commissioners, any questions or comments on this item? Hearing none, without objection, I'll move to approve the acceptance of a bench in honor of Jen Doyle to be placed in the employee garden and place the item as an item of consent for the agenda of December 15th, 2025 Board of Commissioners regular meeting.
Second motion.
Hearing no objection, it's so moved. We'll go ahead and move to item B, RFP 26. And before I move on to that, just want to thank the staff for bringing that last item forward and honoring her. I know that means a lot to our employees as well as her friends and families. And so thank you for taking the time and the thought by the staff to bring that forward and do that. I know that will mean a lot to her friends and family. So thank
Yes, sir.
you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
We'll go ahead and move to item B, RFP 2615 ADM Unhoused Support Center Operator.
Yes,
Heather
Heather
Scribb.
Skeens, County Manager, Assistant County Manager, will present this item regarding the unhoused support center operator. Heather?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm bringing forth the Unhoused Support Center RFP results for consideration. There we go. The purpose of the RFP was to identify an operator for the Unhoused Support Center to provide consultation during pre-construction, design, and then to be the operator once the facility opens. As a reminder, this is where we are in Phase 2. We're at the very beginning of the schematic design in Phase 2 for the Unhoused Support Center. You have this PowerPoint presentation, so I'm not going to read the slides. I'm going to try to go very quickly, and then I'll certainly be here to answer any questions. So this was the scope of work and the requirements in the RFP in terms of what we were looking for on this slide. And then if I'm going too fast, let me know also. And we had the minimum requirements for response in the RFP. We certainly asked for more, but these were the main areas that we were scoring when we did our review of the RFPs. Again, just a reminder of the due dates. All of these proposals were due by the 28th of October. We received 4 proposals. 2 were non-responsive, and then 2 were responsive, Family Endeavors and Manna Church, and those are the 2 that we scored. The high-level overview of the budget, you did receive this in an email per your direction back on the 17th, I believe, of November. So this information has not changed, but high-level overview, Family Endeavors is $3.2 million, a little over $3.2 million, and Manna Church is 2.8, just under $2.9 million for a total operating budget. That does include their pre-consulting cost are included in that final number. So just some high-level review of Manna Church and some of the items that stood out during the scoring process for Manna Church, and the same for Family Endeavors. High-level overview of some of the things that stood out in Family Endeavors. And a lot of words on this slide, but our recommendation was to move forward with Family Endeavors for many of the reasons on this slide, and to bring this back to you once we have negotiated a contract. So we're requesting that you approve the staff to move forward with negotiating a contract with Family Endeavors and to bring that contract back to the board for final review once we get to the point where it's ready for you all to review. We would like to put this on the December 15th Board of Commissioners meeting to move forward with allowing us to start those negotiations. So certainly answer any questions.
Commissioners, questions on this? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Assistant Manager Skeens, we had reviewed this. I believe it was at an Unhoused Support Center committee meeting, and the committee had asked for, and it may have been at an agenda session, so forgive me if I'm not correct about that. There was a discrepancy in the approach that the 2 providers took for the pre-bid consultation services, and we had asked for kind of a leveling out of that. And I see the explanation that we had similar to that meeting, but I don't see where that work has been done and that's come back to us now with that kind of being leveled out. Can you kind of comment on that?
Sure. So on November 17th, the entire board received an email from me with the budgets for family endeavors, the items that you had requested, the budgets for family endeavors, the kind of leveling out of the consulting fees. This is a high-level overview, but you did get all of that breakout in the November 17th email.
Could you just walk us through that, just so, I know it came to us in email, but the public may not have that breakout, if you can.
Sure.
Very briefly, high level, thank you.
So what was requested was on November 13th, that both providers respond to answers. I've asked both providers to respond to the questions that you all had. So MANA's post-operating cost is the amount listed here, which does include their salaries. Their pre-opening salaries for 2 years was $271,400 for salaries. So that included the breakdown of the director and the executive director salaries. I think the director might have been $91. There was $2,400 for equipment, $140,000 for 2 vehicles, which were a one-time purchase, $3,600 for vehicle insurance, and then $20,920 for 5% admin overhead, for their total of $439,320 for 2 years of their pre-operating cost. Their labor load was $91.33 per hour for the executive director, and that director was for 10 hours a week. Any additional hours over and above the hours that they had included for 2 years. So they didn't break it down by hours. They just said, this is what we're going to provide. Any additional hours would be in kind once they reach that maximum of 271. For family endeavors, it was 200 hours for $32,500. Of that $32,500, 200 hours were budgeted for that, and $2,500 was for travel expenses. So their labor load was $150 over the $200 if they reach the 200 hours. I apologize if they reach that.
Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chairman, maybe I'm a little confused. I think the board understood, and maybe I'm wrong, that there was a discrepancy in how these two organizations had approached that. But my understanding was that we were going to go back to these two organizations, and this part of their proposal would be level set so that they were looking at the same action items to bid it for apples, and they would be able to modify that part, was my understanding, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I felt like, at least for me, that I was pretty clear on why the discrepancy existed, but the whole purpose of the exercise, I thought, was to allow each organization to respond so that we could get an apples-for-apples comparison, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Manager, any feedback on that?
If we need to go back and do that, we'll go back and we will have to reopen up the bid process in order for them to provide that information. And I'll lean on the county attorney to make sure I'm saying that correctly.
Were these the only 2 bidders?
3, right?
We had 4, but 2 were non-responsive.
2 were non-responsive, and I think 2 of the 4 that we requested information for were non-responsive. So we will have to reopen it, I think, correct?
I'll need to look the details of the bid process and to give you an opinion on that. But I mean, maybe we'll work it out.
Yeah, but if we can do that if it's allowed per bidding, procurement policy. But I think again, we can bring that back. If we need to hold off on this, we'll bring it back.
If I can, Commissioner Tyson, I think Vice Chairman Jones, as the chair, has some feedback from that committee. Vice Chairman Jones, and then we'll go back to you if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually going to say that I agree with Commissioner Tyson. At least to my understanding, I thought that only those 2 that we requested Manna Endeavors was going to be asked, or whichever way we have to do it legally, to break things down and itemize it so that it could be comparable each item line. And also because of the fact that Manna, in their proposal, it's 2 years and not 1. So I would like to see the comparison of the equivalent of each 1 year to 1 year, because Family Endeavor, no doubt, theirs is for a year in regards to the itemized monies in regards to, compensations of each area. And then with Manna being 2 years, that was my understanding too, that we wanted it to just both be an equal one-on-one itemized. It was my understanding for just these two, whichever way, Attorney Rick, that needs to be required or done. Because the other two did not respond, it was never my intentions to see that, unless that was just part of the policy legally, it was never my intent to see if they were going to be requested of anything. So what do we need to do to have that happen for the two of these possibility vendors to be able to one-on-one line itemize for a year, not one with 2 years, the other with 1 year, to allow that to happen?
County Manager.
We'll hold off on this. We'll get Manna to provide the information, and then we'll bring it back. If they can,
Go ahead, man.
if we can get that information, we can bring it back. Can we bring it back Monday? What would be the board's pleasure regarding that? How soon would you want us to bring it back? Because I think if we contacted Manna, we wouldn't get a new proposal, but I guess if they could provide the information, or allow them to provide the information, or bring it back the first part of January.
And the problem's going to be, if you bring it back, you got to have board action. So we're not going to have another meeting until January. So I would say bring the information back, provide it to us in email so we can digest it, and then our first available meeting in January, we'll look at it. I'm going to finish up with Vice Chairman, and then I'll go back to Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that would be my request as the chair of that committee, because I do plan on, let's be clear, having a meeting for our subcommittee in between. So it looks like this might have to wait until January anyway, since I've already informed Andre to send out a notice. There will be a committee meeting to discuss some of these matters before it goes back to the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to add this too. I know that this is an important project for the community, and I know it's something that we need to make some headway on. So by no means I'm trying to delay this, but at the same time, I do want to make sure that we get it right, Mr. Chairman. So even, I would be open if we need to have a special meeting. That would be at your discretion. But if we needed to have a special meeting to kind of keep this on track, I'm fine with that too. But I just think, this is an important issue that we have got to make some movement on as a board.
I think Mr. Manager or County Manager Greer or Assistant County Manager Skeens, I think based on the timeline that we're on with the architects, that nothing's going to hinder. Our intent was to bring this provider alongside of them. So I think we're okay based on time, where we are in the workflow, based on the schedule. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we're fine.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, anything else on this item? Commissioner Fairclough.
I'd just like to add a comment. Based on, I thought I heard Ms. Gaines say that the 439 that is part of the Manna proposal is included in the, I'm sorry, I've got the November 17th in front of me now, so I don't have the other thing, but okay, there it is. The 439 is included in the 2.8, I believe. Did you not say that, or did I miss that?
Yes, so both of the post-operating budget, which is how they listed it in the proposals, includes the pre-consulting amounts.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but so what I'm seeing is that Manna is the low bidder, or am I seeing that wrong? Okay. And no matter how they clarify the nebulous information, they're still the low bidder. And not that we have to use the low bid, but to me, to reject the low bid, who is a local very prominent organization that we're all familiar with, and they've done so much work in the community already. It would take a heavy lift to get Family Endeavor to be the lead dog to me. Now, that's just my thinking, and we can think about that from now to January, I guess. But right now, if we voted today, I'd vote for Manor.
Commissioners, any other comments? All right, Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized, round three.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will be having a unhoused meeting on the 19th, please be advised. So if you could see about getting this information before then, I will be requesting a meeting for our subcommittee to meet on the 19th. So if you all could start initiating, reaching out to these Family Endeavors and Manor Church to see about getting the information needed so that our committee at that time can look over the information.
If I may ask just a point of clarification, I thought it was on the 16th. That's why I looked over. Already scheduled. Okay. But I will just definitely try to get the information.
Thank you. So that we can have it before me. I was going to allow you enough time, but if you feel the 16th, I mean, it is scheduled for the 16th, but will that be enough time? Because I'm expecting this information to be able to be available. So, I mean, will that be enough time for you to, with this new requirement?
I won't be available on the 19th, and I think we have to hear from the legal about if we have to repost to get that information.
Right, but that's why I'm changing it, to give a little bit of time to work those things out so it can be more in our favor to be able to receive than not to receive. The meeting will be changed from the 16th to the 19th. Give you all time to try to get back this request that's definitely well needed, and to give Rick an opportunity, our attorney, to see what needs to be done. Okay? Thank you.
Anything else, Vice Chair?
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Adams, recognized.
I just, and I understand staff and everything, but we should probably be respectful of Manor. It's Christmas season, and I know they're into all of that and planning and all of that. So we have to be careful setting dates, and trying to get information back from them, because they have to get their board together and everything. It's the holiday season, people traveling. So that's the only thing that I would just ask us to be respectful of Manor.
So if we can look at this direction, if we can ask if they're able to provide it, then you can coordinate with the Vice Chairwoman on the committee meeting, and if not, then we'll go with the direction of moving it to either committee or the board meeting in the month of January. Board, are you okay with that for direction? I don't think we need motion, just direction. Based on we're not approving anything today. All right, we'll go ahead and move to County Manager. Does that give you what you need? Okay. We'll go ahead and move to item C, 911 Public Safety User Survey.
Yes, on November 13th, both our board and the city of Fayetteville met regarding the operations of 911 within the county. One of the things that was requested is a public survey. Gary Crumple, Emergency Services Director, will present some items related to the survey, and we'll start engaging the city of Fayetteville to come up with some more questions so we can get this survey out. Gary.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
As the county manager stated, there was board action that came out of the joint city-county meeting about 911 in reference to a user survey for the end users, meaning the first responders out in the field. I believe that there should have been some sample questions included in your agenda package for you to review, and what we're asking for is some direction on what the end result that you would like to see as far as the questions. We want to make sure that these questions align with what you had envisioned for us to ask first responders as end users, and to take any recommendations that you may have for questions that may need to be added or deleted. I know internally in reviewing these sample questions that were forwarded to us, that staff had some recommendations that we want to see, but before we got to messing with the survey too much, we want to see ultimately what the board's wishes were. So we're just seeking any feedback, any additional direction before we edit these and get with the city as well to modify these questions.
Before we move to questions, just your anticipated timeline for this survey and feedback, understanding that we'll probably go to another joint meeting in January,
So
late January.
my thoughts is to bring it back to the January 8th agenda session. That'll be ahead of the joint meeting that's scheduled, I think, a couple weeks after that.
All right, I'll open it up for questions. Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few things. First, I'd like to ask the board, has everyone had an opportunity to look at these questions? Because I'm going to be honest, when I made this a suggestion about the survey, my idea was thinking not just that of internal, but because this has been going on so long, over 6-7 years, I would like, again, a survey not just for internal, was not my vision, but also to include our listening audience out there, our community. So that's definitely going to have to be added in. If we're going to have a survey, it needs to be one that's going to be developed, at least in my opinion, from the vision when I made the suggestion. The same way we had a survey about, out there in the front when the Crown Center is no longer there, I'm going to need the public to be involved with this survey. So my input to you as a staff when developing these questions, and you all did a great job with the last survey that you all made, is that it's going to have to be a component. When the survey goes out, it goes out at one time, not just internal, but includes the community. Because this 911 joint is that of just that for the community. So it needs, I feel, be one survey that can be provided and used internal as well as external. And also, I'm not sure how many of the commissioners have had opportunity, we get a lot of emails, although we review the information, how many have had the opportunity to really look in depth to be able to forward their input of some questions they might have. I know I have some questions that I will be submitting. It is more geared towards, as I stated, that of questions that can be asked for our community, because I don't feel we need two different surveys. When I was speaking of a survey, I meant not just internal, but for the voices of the people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So just as clarification, so when we talk about the audience that we are surveying, so if we could group it in first responders, so those users of which I think is what you were addressing, and then what the Vice Chairman has stated previously is for the community, so the end user, the person that actually is picking up the phone calling 911. So first responder, which is a user of the system, and then the end user, as I'll call it, or the community constituent. So board discussions around that, and if we want basically two audiences for this survey, and some direction. Again, we want to ensure that when we come back to a joint meeting that we have that survey data that both bodies can have. So, recognize Vice Chairman, and then I'll go to Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the follow-up. Is there any way that on this one survey that we have, there could be a possibility somewhere that states on the survey, are you a citizen? Are you a responder? You know how usually on a survey, they'll inquire and ask, just like we do a lot of our public health department surveys. It will ask that of what your specific, criteria of what the person taking it, who they are. So maybe you all can develop something like that. Like a lot of surveys they'll have where it'll have up there, are you a student? Are you a first responder? So that way also calculations, because in my mind, I wanted that data as well. I like to do statistics. I wanted to know, like the surveys made, like many that they have at clinical and health departments as I come from mental health, they have where you can check the block of who you are. So then when we get this data breaking down of status, that lets us keep track of, who the individuals were that took the survey, and then we can percentage-wise break and categorize that of first responders, students, retired. So a little bit in depth is what I was thinking, type survey when it's created to be sent out to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important issue for our community. It's one that previous governing bodies on both the city and the county side have attempted to address, and I do agree that we need to make sure that we're getting the responses and the survey questions back from the providers, I guess is probably the best way to delineate that, but also understanding that there may be some community concerns as we move through this. I'll just mention this. I think if we are going to kind of move in that direction, we would probably want to get our PIO involved to kind of help formulate and craft some of these questions, because if you look at the current questions included in the current survey, they're really germane specifically to the agencies that are going to be responding, not as much to the end user of the system who's going to be calling for service. So that would be my only comment, is if we're going to look to do that, I would suggest that we, and certainly the county manager can chime in. I'm not trying to do his job for him, but I just would think that would be a good idea to help come up with some of those questions if that's the direction we're going to go, Mr. Chairman.
County Manager Greer, and then I'll move to Commissioner Faircloth and then commit back to Vice Chairman Jones.
Both Gary and I both recognize that we are not experts in communication to the public, so we are engaging Diane to do that very thing you just said. We'll also be reaching out to the city of Fayetteville's PIO to make sure that if they have any information, any questions they would like to, we will put it on the web and social media, and there will be delineation of what type of person is actually responding, are they first responder, or are they the general public end user. So, this is just a start, but we wanted to make sure that we were kind of going in the right direction and give additional feedback from you all, from the commissioners, so we can engage and get this moving forward for the January meeting. Thank you.
One point of clarification or question that I have is, would the board be open to a dynamic survey? So from an end user's perspective, there's very different questions that you need to ask from a public versus a first responder. And then to Commissioner Jones's point, whenever you look at this survey data, there could be I guess what I'm trying to say is there's more city first responders than there are county first responders. So what we need to do is be able to decipher what and weight, what percentage of the responses actually come from the county side and the city side. So there's different things and different elements about these proposed questions that we definitely need to go in and look. And just say, for instance, another example is there's one question that talks about your evaluation of our current CAD environment. So we know amongst the first responder community that we already need a new CAD system. That's not even an issue really. So I think we probably need to look at modifying that question and taking it out altogether. So I just think, or my thought process is to do a dynamic survey based off a public end user and a first responder end user, but make it one survey.
Commissioner Faircloth.
I'm trying to figure out what the end result of this is going to be. Is this coming back to county commissioners to make a decision on whether we want to merge with the city or not? Is it coming back to the city to decide whether they want to merge with us or not, or co-locate, or just exactly what kind of decision is this going to help us make, and will this help us make a decision? I'm not putting you on the spot, Gary. That's almost a rhetorical question.
I
wasn't in on doing this, so I'm trying to figure out why are we doing this.
I'm sorry. May I?
So I think the background behind this was some of the comments that were made by both the police and fire chief about the service, and Commissioner Jones wanted some data to either deny or support whatever claims were thrown out there. Commissioner Jones, did I capture that?
Thank you. You absolutely did. And also because what I'm hearing the community, since we're all in these seats to represent the community, I wanted to make sure that the voices of the community was being involved in this. A lot of people, have different opinions. It's been a very frustrating situation. So I felt if we can equally, opportunity to be provided, I felt that was the most fair, equal way to allow our constituents to know that we are listening, that we do want their input. And surveys have a way of those that choose, at least they'll give the opportunity to participate. It gives our community the opportunity to know that, yes, we're listening, and then the dynamics to keep it unity instead of division. If you participate, and if you don't, at least you had the opportunity, and no one can say we weren't listening and did not provide you the opportunity. And on the other flip side of that, it gives our constituents that we work for the opportunity to know, and maybe prospectively with these surveys, when the results come back, gives individuals the opportunity to maybe look at things that they didn't see the other perspective and, be able to weigh things out. So thank you. You summed it up rather well. Thank you.
So board, I'm sorry, Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
Yeah, I only have 3 questions, or 1 suggestion and 2 questions. Because we were sitting in that meeting, just heard all kind of crazy stuff. So one of these surveys ought to go to the elected officials, because there was some outside information that some of the cities may not want to stay with us or whatever. So I think we need to address that with, I think that's what I heard on some of the stuff as I was sitting there. The second question, which might be because we've got PIO involved, these questions were very, very, like number 8, I guess you would have provided the information that we got when you asked them about joint board, county board, and not just the question. Because they wouldn't know what that was unless they saw the information that we all got.
Absolutely, and part of staff's recommendation is to include that.
Okay.
That definition.
My last question is on number 9. Why wouldn't you rate them as opposed to just select one? In order of importance to whoever the user was would be more beneficial to me than for you to just pick one of those service location. There got to be some hierarchy as to what you think is important if you're doing that survey. So as opposed to just select one is the rate them 1 through 5, 1, 2, 3, or whatever you got.
About the primary concern?
Yes. As opposed to just select one, just can you put this in top 3 in order of what's important to you? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, board. So I think we've had a good discussion on this. I want to move forward. The staff is a subject matter expert and can put together what I'm hearing 2 surveys. So I think we can close out conversations unless there's Vice Chairman Jones. You're recognized for 3rd round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, because this is important. And I'm not hearing that we want 2 surveys. I'm hearing that we want one to be led by the staff to figure this out. But I want to also make it clear, since this is a joint, it's great about our PO and communications team, so I don't want to pre-assume, but we will be asking, no doubt, or are we not, that the city will have their input. The 2 communications teams will work together, but not just the communications team, but just as we've had our input for questions, the city council will be able to provide their questions too, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that their input is being gathered and that this will be a survey of 1, not 2, whereas you said dynamic, there'll be areas that you all, the staff, we trust you all know, how to make this to where questions can be made or check blocks for 1 survey when you can just check who you are, what you're doing, and as usually that's what dynamic surveys are. 1 survey, not 2.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. And so my comment on 2 is 2 audiences. So we need to do the provider, the first responder, and the end user. So I don't care how the survey is done, just 2 audiences, as I think was a conversation, dynamic or not. All right, we're going to go ahead and move forward. At this time, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we approve the survey as provided with the changes that Commissioner Adams had presented to question 9, and that we direct staff to move forward with this in working with our partners at the city, and that we also direct the county manager to engage staff in a survey for the users of the system to be conducted over the next 30 days with the result to be provided to us by the January 15th agenda session.
Second.
We've got a motion to move forward with a survey in collaboration with the city to encompass both audiences that were discussed by the board. I'm just kind of summarizing. To be brought, for results to be brought back on the 15th January agenda session. Madam Clerk, that's correct. That's been adjusted to the 15th, correct?
The agenda session is, yes, the 15th.
Okay.
So,
That's been seconded. Are there
question.
Give me a minute. Board, are there questions on that motion? Or any clarifying?
Well, that just includes the part on number 11.
Your question or clarifying?
So just clarifying, so I guess my project timeline was to get with the city between now and when we have our next agenda session meeting on the 8th to bring the final set of questions to you for approval. And then after that, on the 8th, to send it out to the public for
So that's not the motion. I don't think the board doesn't need to approve a survey. That's a staff-driven item. Here's the concern. Almost 30 days ago, we had a joint meeting where we talked about a survey. We need that information. We're trying to make a decision with a joint decision in January. We're trying to bring to a resolution. So the thought process is any of the action items that came out of that joint meeting, which one was the action item that the vice chair made for the survey, we would have that data to both bodies before we went back to a joint meeting. That would be the thought. We clear?
Got you.
Board, any other questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item D. And just a note on item D, formal bid award and contract approval for ground mosquito control services standby contract. This came through committee. There was a question around PFAS that has been answered by email by our staff. So are there any additional questions on this item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Faircloth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we award the IFB invitation for bid number 2620-CTY to Noosa Pest Management LLC for Perma VC 2020 based on lowest responsible bidder, standard of award, delegate authority to the county manager to sign the contract and any contract amendments with Noosa Pest Management LLC, and that we place this item on the consent agenda of the regular December 15, 2025 evening meeting of the Board of Commissioners.
Second the motion.
We've got a motion on the floor. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Adams, recognized.
I just want, because I know the listeners are listening, and we get these questions about whether we're going to do mosquito spraying again. This is a standby contract after a disaster, so that people don't think that they're right after we do this, they're going to start seeing in the summer, spring, mosquito going up and down the street to be able to spray for them. This is just that's the only thing I just wanted to make sure that was for the public to know. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Good point. Good clarification. Any other comments or discussions on that motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we'll go ahead and move to item E, formal bid award and contract approval for area mosquito control services standby contract. This is a separate item. Again, the questions that were asked at committee have been answered around the chemicals. Just to reiterate what Commissioner Adams said, this is a standby contract after disasters or after incidences. This is not, we're not coming out during the summer and doing mosquito. Are there any other questions on this item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Faircloth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I move that we award the IFB invitation for bid number 26-9 CTY to Allen Aviation Incorporated based on the lowest responsible bidder, standard of award, delegate authority to the county manager to sign the contract and any contract amendments with Allen Aviation, Inc., and place this item on the consent agenda of the regular December 15, 2025 evening meeting of the Board of Commissioners.
Second the motion.
Got a motion on the floor. It's been properly seconded. Any discussions on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move forward to item F, bid award for Agriculture Center roof replacement. County Manager Greer.
Yes, Amanda Lee, General Manager for Natural Resources, will present this item and answer any questions you have, and she will have additional information on the pricing for the project. Amanda.
So we did bring this item to committee, to the December 4th, 2025 Infrastructure Committee, and there were several questions about the bid award in light of this bid was between $9 and $10 a square foot versus recent bids being $4.50 per square foot. So in response to those questions, we've got some discussion. And so I want to start out with the scope of work for this project. It was not a total tear off. It was just in areas of wet insulation, and the insulation was found to be in good condition. New cricket insulation was being added around the building perimeter to solve a problem of ponding on the roof. 8 scuppers were being added to comply with code requirements. Yes, the project included bid bond performance and payment bonds for public projects, but the big key here is it is an 80 mil PVC roof membrane. And the thing with the 80 mil PVC membrane, of course, there are seams, longevity. We're also concerned about fortifying the building envelope and better R values. So for those considerations, I've already mentioned there's a 20-year no dollar limit warranty with this roof. We're anticipating manufacturer product support. We've talked about some of the PVC membrane considerations versus the TPO, including the longer lifespan, insulation, energy efficiency, and durability. So with that, I'd like to see if there are any questions or any further discussions about the bids received.
Commissioners, questions on this item? Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lee, I just want to thank you for putting the time and effort into getting some of this follow-up done. And in light of those responses, it does make a lot more sense why the bid has fallen where it has. So really appreciate you doing that. PVC is certainly a better material than regular TPO in terms of longevity. So, Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection and no more questions, I have a motion when you're ready.
Commissioners, any other questions on this item? None. I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we accept the bid for the Agricultural Center roof replacement project from Wicks Tite LLC with a base bid amount of $142,712 and place the item as an item of consent on the agenda for the Board of Commissioners December 15, 2025 regular meeting.
Second. Got a motion on the floor to accept the bid for the Agricultural Center roof replacement project. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item G, interlocal agreement with Harnett County for water treatment plant and regional potable water infrastructure evaluation. County Manager Greer, you're recognized, and that was a mouthful.
And I'm not going to repeat it. I'm going to just turn it over to Amanda to discuss and provide feedback. Amanda.
Thank you. So, as you're aware, Cumberland County is working diligently to secure permanent, safe, reliable water supply capacity to all of its citizens that have been impacted by Fayetteville Works PFAS in private wells. We are currently working on a 50-year water resources planning study to address this mission. In this ongoing study, we have identified potential partnerships with PwC, Harnett County, and the City of Dunn. We have already negotiated an interlocal water agreement for Phase 1 of the Grace Creek Water District with PwC. We have entered into 2 memoranda of understanding approved by the board on September 10th, 2025 and October 20th, 2025 to explore options to provide capacity for Cumberland County, one with the City of Dunn and the other one with Harnett Regional Water. With the City of Dunn, we are exploring options for capacity to serve northern Cumberland communities, including a proposed expanded Norcrest District, the proposed East Central District, which we'll be talking about in a few minutes, and the already established Vander District. We are also having discussions with Harnett County. They have a current withdrawal permit of 42 MGD in Lillington, but they must identify a new source of water because they are reaching 90% of their current capacity. They are preparing an engineering report to consider the capacity available on the same segment of the Cape Fear River that Dunn uses for source water. We have approached Harnett about considering Cumberland County as a partner in their search for source water. Cumberland County's geography allows another segment of the Cape Fear River to be explored for additional capacity, south of the confluence of the Little River. Harnett County already has a wastewater treatment facility that discharges to the Little River at the Cumberland-Harnett County line. That wastewater plant treats all the wastewater from Fort Bragg. The interlocal agreement draft in your packet speaks to the partnership with Harnett County. This item is being brought forward for your information so that you are aware of the continued collaboration and work being done to address capacity needs for Cumberland County. A full draft ILA will be brought forward at a later meeting with further information and for your approval. Are there any questions?
Commissioners, questions on this item? Commissioner Faircloth, you recognize.
Last thing you said would be brought at another time.
Yes.
What is this? What?
For information purposes only.
Oh, this is a draft.
This is a draft. We want to make you aware of the discussion that we are having with Harnett Regional Water. This is our first attempt at an agreement, and we will bring forward more information as it is available.
So, Commissioners, we thought it was important that the board was aware, so if there was any concerns that we could address it here before we continue to move forward.
Yes.
Just kind of an intermediate step to keep the board informed. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Patel, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd make a motion to recommend that the Board of Commissioners receive the draft of the interlocal agreement as an informational item. The interlocal agreement will be brought forward for review and approval at a subsequent meeting pending legal review.
Second.
We've got a motion to move to receive a draft interlocal agreement. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion or questions? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we'll go ahead and move to item F, item H, request for public hearing for purpose of receiving comments from the property owners in the proposed East Central Water and Sewer District. County Manager Greer.
Yes, as we start addressing some of the water needs in the northern and eastern part of the county, we need to have public hearings to inform the public of our intentions. One being with the East Central community, we need to establish a district. And then also we need to have a public hearing and let the public know. Amanda Lee, General Manager for Natural Resources, will present this item and answer any questions you may have. Amanda.
So as we are looking at these interlocal agreements with communities, there's a lot of questions about our plans to move forward with water supply and what those water supply needs are. for permanent supply capacity. So this is the proposed East Central Water and Sewer District. We took a look at, as part of our 50-year supply plan, where the PFAS contamination is in the county. And on the basis of that GIS data, looked at the boundaries for this district. So in your packet, we are requesting the public hearing for the purpose of receiving comments from property owners in this proposed district. We are requesting that the Board of Commissioners establish a water and sewer district for this community for the purpose of applying for grants and low interest rate loans. The first step in this process is to hold a public hearing pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 162A-86 to receive comments from the public. And again, this community has been impacted by PFAS from the Fayetteville work site. And with that, are there any questions? Amy, I think, is passing around the proposed boundaries and boundary description for the East Central District. If there are questions about, I know it's hard to see where this lies in relationship to other districts. I'm going to see if I can pull up all districts.
While you're pulling that up,
There you go.
Commissioners, questions on this item? So this is moving the East Central Water Sewer District forward to a public hearing to establish it. Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One quick question, Ms. Lee, and thank you for your hard work on this. If we're going to be looking to add this potentially, would it make sense we go ahead and establish a district for the remainder beside Cedar Creek as well?
I think that's the next item on the agenda.
Yeah.
That's a very good question.
Okay, and then on the areas outside of Hope Mills and the areas on the outside of Kelly Hills, what about those two areas?
Let me see if I can pull up. I've got a PowerPoint in the meeting support to show you. Those areas are part of, excuse me, I'm going to pull up this big PowerPoint because it's important to understand how they interface with Fayetteville service areas. So these are Fayetteville's municipal influence areas, it's sewer service area map. It's not just Fayetteville, but it's also around the towns. And when you overlay that with this map, that takes that into consideration.
Gotcha. Okay, that's the part I was missing.
Yeah, if you go back to the other map, that other map gives you a picture of the districts and then the ones we still need to form or that have been formed.
So, Mr. Chairman, could we not just approve both of these together?
They're going to be separate actions because they're going to be separate boards.
Okay.
So we've got to approve them separately.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fairclough, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, I'd like to make a request that those slides that you've been, I've been sitting here trying to find them, and so I haven't been looking at them on the screen as I should have. But can you send us those slides to incorporate in our packet here? Would have been nice to have those before, and it would help with Henry's question a while ago.
And I think these were presented back in June at the meeting, so we'll be glad to provide them again.
Oh, we were doing budget back then. So
Thank you. We probably just snapshot the districts.
Yes.
Any other questions on this item? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Patel, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a good step forward for us. I'd like to make a motion to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve a public hearing for the proposed East Central Water and Sewer District during the January 19, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting and place this request as an item of consent on the agenda for December 15, 2025.
Second the motion.
Board of Commissioners regular meeting.
Sorry. Second the motion.
We've got a motion on the table to request a public hearing for property owners and comments for the East Central Water and Sewer District. It's been properly seconded. All in favor? Do we need to change the date?
Yes, to the 20th, please.
The 20th.
The meeting is on January 20th due to the MLK holiday.
January 20th. Any questions or comments on that motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand. We'll go ahead and move forward to item I. Request for public hearing date for purpose of receiving comments from property owners in the proposed Cedar Creek Water and Sewer District.
So again, Cedar Creek is an area that's been heavily impacted by PFAS contamination from Fayetteville Works. And we are also looking to form this district for the Cedar Creek community for the purpose of applying for grants and low-interest loans. Again, the first step in this process is to hold a public hearing pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 162A-86 to receive comments from the public. We are recommending that we move forward with a public hearing for the proposed Cedar Creek Water and Sewer District during the January 20th, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting, and place this request as an item of consent for the agenda for the December 15th, 2025 Board of Commissioner regular meeting. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioners, same action as before, just a different district and activating this district. Any questions or comments on this? Commissioner Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess this is a follow-up to my previous question, and I understand, I appreciate your response on, creating this district. But if I look at this, is this going to go all the way over to the county line?
No. So potentially, this would be the Beaver Dam district. And we are thinking about the Beaver Dam district, but as we are a very young utility, our goal right now is to address contamination while we look at density to make ourselves competitive for grants. So as we are able to bring on more customers and support a better ability to take on debt, we will certainly look at that area, but the density is our challenge right now.
Commissioner Tyson, follow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is there any drawback, since we're going to go ahead and create two, I guess is my question, is there any drawback if we wanted to go ahead and create that third district to have it?
I don't see any drawback, and actually at this time, there are some benefits to looking at the Beaver Dam area because of its location, located in proximity to the Lower Cape or the Upper Cape Fear Aquifer. There's potential that district could be groundwater sourced. So we might be able to be creative as we develop that water supply source. So we can definitely bring that forward for consideration at a later time because I think we need to get the district boundaries prepared for you.
And bring it back through infrastructure as we talk about the different districts.
We can.
Okay. Commissioner Tyson, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Yes, I have a question in regards to how is this information going to be given out to the Cedar Creek? Do you all plan on doing an announcement? Are you all sending mailer invites to the specific group that you're targeting? That's question one, but then I do have a second question.
I'm going to bring Amy up here to help me with this district formation because she is a pro at this. She's got a checklist that I am looking for now. I think it may be in that TAN folder.
And you all have a date in mind and a location for this particular town hall?
So we'll have to put out public notice.
Right.
And 3 spots in each of the districts to let everybody know about this. We'll also have to put it in the newspaper once a week for 4 weeks, 20 days prior to the public hearing notice to let everyone know. I also put it on our website to let everyone know that it's going to be out there as well.
I guess my concern and question with all that is great, but knowing that area, and especially in some of the areas, is kind of poverty in that area, for everyone to be able to come and see what's being going on. Everyone's not visiting our website, which I think is great, but have we come up with some creative ideas as far as, I don't know, get in touch with some of the neighborhood presidents in this area, because my concern, I guess, which I think is wonderful, but we're having a town hall and a lot of people that need to be there aren't there because some people aren't looking at our website. It's a great website and all that, but I'm just thinking of it in alignment with that, those that really need it. Can we maybe, I don't know, get with communications or come up with some creative ideas to make sure that these neighborhoods really do get the information? Because that's my concern. Like, the paper is great and fine, but not everybody is looking at the paper or looking at our website in some of these neighborhoods. And I just want to see if maybe we can get this out to the churches in that area or the neighborhood watches to ensure that all, all individuals are getting this information that might want to be there.
Yes, ma'am, I can do that as well. I can put it in some churches as well.
I think we found with some of our outreach methods with the landfill, we found that mailers were actually effective.
Right.
And also community signs, even just the little plastic signs, alerting people to the time and date of the meeting. So I think we've got some lessons learned with this public outreach that we could bring to this community. Thank you for that input.
That would be great. I'd appreciate it.
Vice Chairman, you have a second question?
I'll hold it because it's not related to Cedar Creek. I'll wait for another time. Thank you.
Any other questions on this item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Yes, I make a motion that we approve your request asked for the Cedar Creek Water and Sewer District to move forward.
Second. We've got a motion to approve the public hearing for the proposed Cedar Creek Water and Sewer District at the January 20th meeting, and this request go to the consent agenda for December 15th Board of Commissioners regular meeting. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move forward to item J, request for qualifications for professional design services for Cedar Creek Area Water System. County Manager Greer.
Yes, we look at the design services or the expanding the Cedar Creek area. We need to design the water system. Amanda Lee, General Manager for Natural Resources, will present this item also and answer any questions you may have. Amanda?
Thank you, County Manager Greer. So we've already talked about the need to form these districts so that we can compete for grants and loans at state and federal levels. We did apply for a grant for the Cedar Creek area for a study, and were awarded a $500,000 study for a preliminary engineering report in the Cedar Creek area. And so we solicited our request for qualifications from qualified engineering firms to look for all aspects of district development, including the funding, the public outreach, the hydraulic modeling, water treatability studies, water purchase agreements, design, bidding, permitting, and construction. And so we received RFQs from 6 firms. Staff reviewed and scored the submittals, and staff determined the best qualified firm for the engineering and professional design services for the Cedar Creek area water system as to be Weston and Sampson, the firm Weston and Sampson. And so we're asking for permission to enter into negotiations for the detailed scope of work and cost of services, and to prepare a contract for approval at a future Board of Commissioners meeting. And we're asking that this be placed as an item of consent at the December 15th Board of Commissioners regular meeting agenda. With that, are there any questions?
Commissioners, questions on this item? Commissioner Faircloth, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amanda, will this in any way attempt to look at water rates, or is this way too preliminary for that?
Absolutely. So part of the preliminary engineering report is to look at the affordability of the water bills. So similar to what we did at Grace Creek, we will look at the potential interest. Now I want to just say this about Grace Creek, how that was kind of an interesting district is because we We chose the routes based on percentages of contamination. That's how we got our funding. When you start to look at Cedar Creek, if we don't have funds available for emerging contaminants, we're going to be focused on density, who signs up for the water. So it's going to be important for us to identify where those interested parties are and what signups are going to look at in these areas so that we cater the design of the district to provide affordable water bills. And we will show that analysis in the PER.
Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions on this item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Make a motion that we accept the selection of Weston and Sampson as the best qualified firm for engineering and professional design services for the Cedar Creek area water system, that we grant permission for the staff to enter into negotiations for the detailed scope of the work and cost of services, and to prepare a contract for approval at a future Board of Commissioners meeting, and place this item as an item of consent on the December 15th, 2025 Board of Commissioners regular meeting.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item K, amendment to contract for professional auditing services for year 2025.
Yes, Commissioners, as we proceed with this year's audit, one of the main and pivotal things that we need to do complete is the compliance supplement. The federal government had not issued a compliance supplement, I think, as of 2 weeks ago. That it's a major component of the audit. It delayed the audit. Robin Coons, Chief Financial Officer, will present this item and answer any questions you may have, and then the reason for the contract amendment. Robin.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So as Manager Greer stated, we entered into our original professional auditing services contract earlier this year for $127,850. That covered 9 of our single audit programs, but unfortunately, with the federal shutdown, there was a delay in the Office of Management and Budget, OBM, finalizing their compliance supplement. So the auditors have not been able to do that work yet, and it's not obviously just us, it's everyone that's been impacted by that. So right now, in a normal situation, our audit would have been due on December 31st to the state treasurer. But because the federal government was shut down for 43 days, they've given a 43-day extension for audit completion, which takes us to February 12th. But if we're going to do that, and we need to do that because the auditors have already stated that there's just no way they're going to be able to get that work done. They just got the final compliance supplement, as County Manager Greer stated, not this past week, but the week before that, and they have to go through thousands of pages to make sure what the changes are, so they do their audits correctly. So they need that time, and so we have to have a contract amendment to the LGC by January 1st. And you will see a copy of the contract. It's the standard LGC amendment contract. There's no change in the cost. The only change is a date change for the deadline. And if you will approve this, we'd like to ask for you to approve to move this to the consent agenda for Monday night. So we can get the chairman's signature. We'll also require Commissioner Faircloth's signature as our audit committee chair, and then also the TDA. Terry Becker does the TDA audit as well. So I will have to obtain Mr. Mehta's signature, and they have a meeting later next week as well. So the timing works out good. I'm glad to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners, questions on this item?
And I meant to clarify this as well. When we met with DEC a couple months ago, the intention of the board was for us to go to the LGC for some financing in March related to the Crown projects, the smaller Crown projects that we need to get in place. Because of the delay in the audit, we're going to have to push that back until April now, because we have to, in order for us to take that to the LGC in March, we'd have to have an audit report the first couple of days in January, and we're not going to be able to do that. But I have spoken with our liaison with the audit on the CBH side, and they know that we'd have to have this information completed by the first part of February, and they've committed to doing that for us. But it will push back our debt financing request with the LGC from March until April of next year.
Okay, Manager Greer, that doesn't affect any other timelines, correct?
No.
Okay. Just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
Questions, Commissioners, on this item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Fairclough.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we vote to place the amendment to contract for professional auditing services for fiscal year 25 on the consent agenda for the December 15th, 2025 regular monthly meeting of the Board of Commissioners.
Second. We've got a motion on the floor. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or questions on this motion? Hearing none, I'll entertain your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go ahead and move forward to item L and board. I know we're at about an hour and 10-minute mark. I'm going to hold on a recess unless somebody has an issue and needs to break at this point. We're almost kind of through this, and we can break before we go to closed session. I'll go ahead and, is that okay, board? Any issues? All right. Item L, Lillian Black Elementary School purchase update.
Yes, Board, I wanted to provide an update as to where we are with the Lillian Black School purchase. Back earlier this year, we made an offer to the school system to buy Lillian Black Elementary School for $375,000. A couple of items that you all requested to bring back was the estimated cost to demo the building if we had to. It would be approximately anywhere conservatively about $120,000 to $170,000. We could allow the local fire departments to demolish it for us as a training opportunity and save some of that money. The annual maintenance cost would be around $70,000. Schools estimated that they pay between $55,000 to $66,000 when it was open. You add inflation at 3%, that gets you around $70,000 a year. Per the appraisal, it's still best suited for residential, if not used as a community building. And then one of the things is that we reached out to Spring Lake and see what their needs would be. They're in the midst of having a facility study regarding the building and the potential usage for it. So, and they are going to get community input as to what they think should be a viable use for it if they decide to use it. So I just wanted to provide that update. Again, we're kind of in a holding pattern until we find out what Town of Spring Lake decides, but I want to provide this information.
Commissioner Adams, you recognize.
This is nothing, kind of an aside to that. The school board got back their redistricting, and part of that is possibility of closing some other schools in Spring Lake. So I think while we're doing all this, we need to kind of look at, I don't know how far and how quickly they're going to get that, but to tear down this building just to have a piece of land doesn't really make sense. But I think if we can take all of that in consideration, and I won't go any further, but I think we just need to do a bond.
So Commissioner Adams, good point. It's something the manager brought up. Not to go off topic, but just for situational awareness, as the school board moves through with our consultant, they've been briefed. Our hope is that we'll have a joint meeting in January with some recommendations from the school board. And so the manager's why he wanted information only, because it's probably going to get wrapped up into all of these other movements that they're going to bring forward. We just wanted it was a due out to the board, and the manager wanted to make sure he brought it back forward. Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will say I am at a little bit of a loss. I haven't actually physically toured the property, but I did look through the appraisal, and the building doesn't appear by the pictures to be in that bad of a condition. Is there any reason we couldn't put out an RFP or something like that to look for another purpose, not just with Spring Lake, but if somebody wanted to look to rent the property or come up with some more community ideas? Is there any reason we can't do that?
I think we as a board, we have those options. I think a lot of it's going to depend on, as we go through this exercise decision process with the board, that there'll be some input and information come from there. Any other follow-up to that? Commissioner Adams and then Vice Chairman
Just a
Jones.
follow-up to that, when it was first brought to us, supposedly the school board was entertaining people to buy it. And so it doesn't make sense for us to buy it and then turn around and do something like that. If we're looking at that option, it's just let them go ahead and sell it and put it back on the tax roll. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to give the input that Mr. Adams gave. You had it covered. Never mind.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this update? All right, we'll go ahead and move to item M, Gillespie Street sites, next steps.
Yes, Commissioners, as we look at options for the Gillespie Street site for the former Crown Event Center, one of the things, and not being facetious, but I get the opportunity to look at that site every day. And one of the issues that we have is we have a DEQ permit and it's getting ready to expire, and I don't want us to have to pay a penalty due to that. I would recommend that until we find a permanent solution for the site, that we make it green space temporarily. And I was trying to get a pricing or an estimate for that. I could probably have that for you by Monday night, but I would ask that we move forward with making it green space temporarily until we grade it, have it green space until we permanently decide, so we don't fall out of line with DEQ on the permit. And I'll take any suggestions and feedback you may have.
Commissioners, questions or comments on this item? Appreciate the movement on this. County Manager Greer. Any other questions? Commissioner Fairclough.
This is tangential, but we lost 200 and some parking places, and I want to emphasize the need, again, to replace those parking places regardless of what we do with this green space or whatever. We need parking.
I'm putting geese out there, so y'all can't do that. Y'all can't mess with them geese out there. And
Commissioner or County Manager Greer.
We do. I want to give a quick update on one other thing related to parking. We recognize that there's become an issue in the back parking lot. We try to work with our current security provider that does the old courthouse. It would change the nature of the contract to a drastic or to a greater extent. So what we're going to do is try to work with the city. They have a person who does a great job with parking. But in the meantime, we're going to put out a notice on Monday that anyone that's illegally parked in the parking lot starting the 22nd will be towed. So I just want to give that quick update.
Christmas.
Look, we have some other legal actions that we take during the holidays. So I would just say that if you parked illegally in that parking lot and it causes a safety concern, you will be notified and you will be towed.
Any other questions on this item? Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In relating to the parking, I see our Sheriff, John Morgan's here. Is that something that we could work with our Sheriff's Office on helping us with?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments or questions on this? Commissioner Adams?
It's not on the parking, but for anybody, just in case you see where we go back from the side parking lot over to our parking lot, the little pedestrian sign is down. Commissioner Thompson is working on to get it back up. Somebody ran over it the other day. At nighttime, it's difficult for people to be seen. So he's going to try to get one of those that's lit right there in that crosswalk. So I talked to him earlier today.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments on this item? If not, I'm going to assume, County Manager, you need a motion for this?
No.
You good? You get direction? All right, we'll go ahead. Item N has been moved to closed session. We've moved item O to Monday evening. We'll go ahead and move to item P, elimination of ad hoc committees.
This is yours.
This is mine. Commissioners, as we move forward into the next year, reorganizing committees both ad hoc as well as the standing committees. And we're going to go ahead and also for facilitation of projects, moving them through, the timing of those to make it easier on staff, as well as shared information across the entire board, centralizing those projects, and we've really reduced them all. We have some projects on there that aren't, we have some committees on there that haven't even met. So what I'm looking to do, as well as the American Rescue Plan is no longer, and so we need to wind that committee down based on that there is an American Rescue Plan, and we have some time frame on that as well. So what I'm am recommending or suggesting is we go ahead at this time, eliminate all the ad hoc committees. That doesn't affect the standing committees, so you still have infrastructure, finance, and auditing. These are, in essence, just the project committees. Excuse me, and policy, excuse me, as a standing committee. So this is to streamline all projects. In talking with the county manager, as we move forward, we'll look to bring project updates or action into this meeting monthly. If it becomes too much, and we're working to streamline the actions that come to the board, then we'll look to have a separate meeting earlier in the day, but I'm trying to contain it in the afternoon. So we would look to have this agenda meeting normally from 1 to 3, maybe 1 to 4 for planning purposes. I'm trying to not go into the morning because I know several of us have real jobs outside of this, but that's the intent, and also to streamline the flow of information and the time for decision back to the staff so we can keep these projects moving at the rate that we need them to move at. So board, that would be my recommendation to you, and I'll open it up for discussion. Vice Chairman Jones.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad that since we decided to get rid of some of all these committees, I think it's a great idea, like you stated, to save time to go straight to the board. I don't really feel, and we know I've voiced my opinion, we might as well add Finance Committee to this as well. As you stated, all of these that are being alleviated or possibility, unhoused, and I'm sure we'll have that alleviated after that goes through an American Rescue Plan. We have an excellent finance team, and just as use an example, we had just discussed, although it's separate, but we all are on the board of trustees at the hospital, and they have all these subcommittees. I don't really see the need of us to have a finance committee, excellent finance team here, and I'll be just quite frank, my frustration is because the finance committee, although they do a great job, they review, I think it's just an unnecessary additional step, because a lot of times what will happen, it slows down the process because it has to go there first, just review, just then to go through our finance committee. And so I'm certainly in agreement, since like you stated, we need to process effectively for our community, move things forward. And since we have a full, well-capable staff finance committee, there's really no need, team itself, there's really no need for a finance committee to be, to look over stuff before the overall board. So I'm recommending that just as we get rid of these that are just project ones, the finance committee is really not a project. It's that of certain people that are on that committee, whoever's assigned gets to look at it before it goes to our official finance team. So I feel that definitely needs to, in lieu of time and keeping things moving, we might as well definitely do away with that. That's my recommendation, to add the finance committee. Since we got a wonderful finance team, there's no need in, again, and I've always felt that way, having some of us, the commissioners, look at it before it goes to the board. It's just one step in between that's not really needed. It's not a project committee, and it's just looking at the finances for the other projects. So I recommend we don't need a finance committee anymore.
Vice Chairman Jones, anything else?
Nope, that's it. Thank you so much.
Commissioners, any other questions or discussions around the elimination of the ad hoc committees? Commissioner Faircloth, you recognize.
I would take the Vice Chairwoman's comment one step further. I will eliminate all committees. And the reason for that is the whole idea of having this meeting, the agenda meeting, was because attendance was sparse at one time at committee meetings. There was not an agenda committee meeting at one time. an agenda meeting, there were committees, and the committees reported directly to the board. So, and I've said this before, the committee structure or the agenda meeting structure, one is redundant. If the committees are functioning properly, they should be able to report directly to the board. And if the agenda is functioning as a committee of the whole, then there's no need for committees. So to me, it's an either or. So I would just take her idea one step further and say, just eliminate committees if you want to. That's an idea, not a necessarily recommendation, but that's how it used to be. And maybe it's not necessary to reinvent that wheel.
And Commissioner Fairclough, we can definitely, if we want, review the standing committees. I'd want to get some staff input on that and the flow of things, but understand how it's been done before and the ability for committee as a whole. So you have a follow-up, and I'll go to Vice Chairman Jones.
I failed to mention, I think the audit committee,
there's some statutory requirements.
we have, that's a required committee, so we have to keep that one. But other than that, I just either do away with this meeting or do away with committee structure altogether. One, either or. That's my feeling on it.
And right now, I mean, we can make any kind of motion we want. The elimination of the ad hoc committees where we are. If we want to have a conversation around the standing, we could bring that back next month, or we could have that discussion now in the form of a motion. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for those comments, Commissioner Fairclough, because now that you have stated that, I'm absolutely in agreement with you. We probably just don't need any committees at all, one or the other. I like your input. I agree with your input. We probably just need to do away with all the committees, as he stated, great reasons. If it's working effectively with the agenda, really no need for the committees at all. I totally agree. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Any other comments on this? Hearing none. Board, is there a pleasure for a motion? Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we move to eliminate the following ad hoc committees: Crown Event Center, Aquatic Center, Government Services Campus, Unhoused Support Center, and American Rescue Plan committees.
Second. We've got a motion to eliminate the ad hoc committees, meaning the Crown Event Center, the Aquatic Center, Government Service Campus, Unhoused Support Center, and American Rescue Plan committees. It's been properly seconded. Is there any discussion or questions on the motion? You have a question on the motion, Vice Chairwoman?
Well, actually, just to add on, I'd like to make a motion that we add in the Finance Committee as well, since that's really the Finance and the Policy Committee. I make a motion that we add those two into the motion. I don't know if that's a friendly amendment.
That would have to be a friendly amendment, Vice Chairwoman.
Friendly amendment. That way it covers that of my concern and input, as well as Commissioner Fairclough's, since that's the only two that would be left.
Vice Chairman, I understand you want a friendly motion to add in the other committees. Commissioner Tyson, do you accept that friendly motion?
No, Mr. Chairman.
We'll move back to the original motion. Are there any questions or comments on the motion that's on the floor? Hearing none. Yes, Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
I guess, so I'll make sure in terms of how I vote on this motion, is in terms of the friendly amendment, is that, as the chairman brought up, that we review or whatever, at whatever meeting, to bring back those other committees.
We can bring them back in January.
I would consider that a friendly amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to make that in the form of a motion, the friendly amendment to move, or Commissioner Fairclough to move them back in January? Or we can just direct the board to bring them back. Okay, I can do that after the meeting. Do we need that a friendly?
No, that's
okay. Any other questions or comments on this? So the intent is we will revisit the standing committees in January. Hearing no other comments or questions, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
I'm sorry, I had one more question.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Yes, I want a date stated on this, because we do have some moving pieces in the ARP committee. So when is this supposed to take effect in Unhoused? Because I wasn't informed respectfully as the chair of these, and I do have some things I feel that needs to be done. So if this is done, I'm requested that by March these be diluted, because, I mean, this is the first, respectfully, and I would have appreciated if somebody would have informed me or discussed as chair and vice chair, I didn't even know any of this was happening. So I had some things planned for these committees. And so since I wasn't informed, I'm going to need at least, or ask for a friendly amendment, that those other two committees that I'm a chair of, this first time I'm hearing about this, no discussion was made. So I would request that if we're going to take a vote on this, that it be a date set that these other two committees that I'm the chair of, Unhoused, we still have Effective Things, and American Rescue, that some type of date be put in place, maybe like March, because I had some things that I had anticipated the committee to be working on. And again, if I would have had further notice, of which I wasn't given any. So with this motion, before we take a vote, another friendly amendment that these committees, if they're going to be diluted, will be done by effective the end of March 2025 as a respect courtesy to me.
Vice Chairman has offered a friendly amendment to have this be effective March. Commissioner Tyson, do you accept the friendly amendment?
No, sir.
We're back to the original motion on the floor.
Question.
We've actually already voted, quite frankly. We've raised our hand, it hasn't been called, but I'm going to go ahead and direct it. Commissioner Faircloth, go ahead with your question.
Point of order then.
Point of order, great.
When will this be effective?
Mr. Attorney, and correct me if I'm wrong, but based on a motion, it's effective immediately unless otherwise stated in the motion.
That's correct.
Thank you.
It doesn't go to our.
We can take action. You can, Commissioner Adams, to answer your question. You can take we can take action at this meeting, or we can move it to the consent agenda or the Monday night meeting. But you can also take action at this meeting.
Yeah, the motion was not to move it, but as I understood the motion, it was to eliminate these committees now.
Correct. Any other questions or comments or friendly amendments or points of order? Hearing none, Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
I would vote in favor that we just move it to, like we normally do, move it to the Monday night meeting. I don't care if it's on consent or whatever, but move it to the Monday night.
You want to make that in the form of friendly amendment?
Yes, I would do that.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment, Mr. Chairman.
So let's vote on the friendly amendment. Actually, we don't have to vote on the friendly amendment if it's accepted. So the motion on the floor is to go ahead and move to eliminate the following ad hoc committees as previously stated, and move this item to consent agenda on the December 15th meeting. The friendly amendment's been accepted. Is there any further discussion on the adjusted motion? Commissioner Faircloth.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
If it's not unanimous, it will not go to consent. It will just go to item of business. Is that correct?
That's correct. Any other discussion, or you can make it effective today, which is 3 days later. But anyway, any other discussion or questions on the motion? Hearing none, I ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
All right, so that will move to the December 15th item of business meeting.
It's unanimous.
It was unanimous?
Unanimous.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't hear it.
Surprise.
Yeah. All right. So I'll move to the consent item. We'll go ahead and move to item 4. There aren't any other items of business. We'll go ahead and move to item 5, monthly reports.
Yes, in the interest of time, Commissioners, I'll just ask if any questions related to the finance report or the health insurance update, the grant report, or the capital improvement report, project report, I'm sorry.
Commissioners, questions? Dashboard is updated as of the 5th.
Yes, sir.
And is the dashboard live external?
I think it is. Isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay. County Manager, one other monthly report that we had talked about previously is there was a report coming back from the health department that was supposed to come back to us monthly on the dollars against the COVID, the flu. We were going to make that in the form of a monthly report. Could we just add that to January moving forward? Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions on the monthly reports? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move to item 6, Commissioner requests, and I will go ahead And I have the commissioner request master plan for Crown Complex, Arena, Sports, and Entertainment. I'll put myself on the clock for 5 minutes. I will pass these out. You'll pass that down. Board. Andrew has one. Again, I'll put myself on the clock for 5 minutes. So as we begin to look at the Crown event, the Crown modernization, remodernization, and that footprint, the work that the sheriff has done out there from a hotel standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, we begin to look at what that area could be coupled with the airport. What I'm requesting is we look at a master plan for that area. So the request is to authorize professional services contract for high-level master planning concepts of what you call the Crown District. This would not only incorporate the footprint on the Crown, but also in and around that, so that we can begin to look at usable land. The county owns a lot of parcels out there, so we can begin to look at what that footprint could look like. I'd recommend a budget to be determined. That's something the manager could bring back to us based on professional services contract. Timeline of 3 to 6 months. The outcome would be a strategic framework that would guide us in future decisions. I would recommend we have 6 deliverables, kind of a vision framework, a site analysis, and we would define, the manager would look to define what that footprint would be for the site. A quick high-level market study to determine what we already have, what we could sustain. And I also add this in as we're talking about some of the economic development activities, the aquatic center, the growth of 295. Just look, that's a very viable area. We look at development scenarios, again, high level, provide us a strategic roadmap, and then some type of presentation materials that come back to us that we can make some decisions with. Look to a 3 to 6 month timeline, and I lay out a couple of what that timeline would look like. So that's it in a very high level. The ask that I would have is that we direct the county manager to bring back a recommendation for master plan consultant with the deliverables that I defined, an associated timeline, and a cost at the January agenda session on the 20th. So that would be my ask. I will take any questions, and I did that in 2 minutes. Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really just some comments. Appreciate you bringing this to the forefront as we look to modernize our existing facilities. I think this is a good logical next step in the evolution of that. One comment that I would make to see if you would be amenable to this, but we know that our Crown facility is located within the city of Fayetteville, and I believe that the next item that was pulled, we talked about potentially working with the city on a master plan for the airport corridor. So I would just ask, if you would be agreeable to allowing to inviting the city and their planners to be a part of this process, seeing that a lot of the area around there would be regulated by them anyway. So that would be my comment or my ask, Mr. Chairman.
And I'm fine with that as long as we can stay on the timeline based on our history of joint kind of, as we look at the airport, my intent was to kind of show a process, and then my discussions with the mayor early on as we look at touch points for both of our boards, it was going to be around the airport master planning. Last year we had a very high level meeting with the mayor pro tem, the mayor, our managers, the vice chairwoman, and I about overlay districts. This kind of takes it, before you look at an overlay district, kind of taking it to the next level. So I would entertain both. I'm open to that. I just don't want to, with what we have happening at the Crown Center and the modernization, I don't want to slow that process down while they're figuring out what may happen in and around the airport. That's would be my only concern or hesitation, but I'm open to that. Commissioner Adams?
I guess I'm just trying to figure it out. Authorized professional services contract, does that come back to us as to the cost before we do anything? Because, I mean, because when it says authorized to do, it's like, you can go ahead and do it, so, but
I'm sorry for the confusion. So
Yeah,
my ask was direct the county manager to bring back a recommendation for master plan consultant with deliverables defined, associated timeline, and cost to the January agenda session.
Okay, yeah, all right, that clears it up for me, because that was.
Commissioner Fairclough?
By cost, do you mean for the professional services contract or for the
Yes,
project?
sir.
Okay.
For the professionals, just to give us those 6 deliverables.
In connection with that cost, I don't know where we're going with this. I don't know if we're going to get into any RFQs or anything, but I just want to caution us. I don't want to lose track of what the auditorium cost is versus the whole project. If we start bidding out whole projects, I don't want to lose sight of what that is, because we need to compare that with what we were going to spend downtown, which a lot of us have represented to the public that we were going to save money. If we don't have an isolated cost for that part of the project, we're not going to be able to do that.
And so, totally agree with you, Commissioner Fairclough. My thought is this is looking out 5, 10, 15 years. We're just developing a master plan. You could have developments happening. You could have other projects happening. This doesn't affect the Crown Footprint Master Plan, the Crown Coliseum. This is more looking wider and deeper on how we leverage that, especially as we begin to connect our infrastructure through that area. We've got a capacity to really grow population down through that area as well.
Can I quote John Maynard Keynes?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
In the long, you know what was that? In the long run, we're all dead.
That's right. Some sooner rather than others. No pun intended. All right, commissioners, any other questions on this? I want to be respectful of the time. Commissioner Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion if that's appropriate, and I'd make a motion to the statement that you made before.
Second that motion.
So we've got a motion to go ahead and move direct the county manager to bring back a recommendation for a master plan consultant with deliverables defined, and you have a copy of it, county manager, associated timeline and cost to the January agenda session. It's been seconded.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to interrupt you, but having just spent about 16 hours in the last since Thursday evaluating the RFQs for the engineering and stuff, to do this right, we can't get it done right in 30 days. We have to go out for requests for qualifications and stuff, and we're going to be left with such a short time for people to view it. I don't know that we'll get many.
So let me caveat it. So I think if the manager comes back with one cost, this board may act one way. If the manager comes back with another, I think in his expert opinion as a manager, and have done probably several of these, he can say, this is my recommendation, this is what I would do, up to X amount of dollars. And then we can move. Then we can move forward with that. This is a time sensitive. It's just moving the ball to get resources allocated. And let me just clarify also the reason I did it this way. And I would, as we move forward over this year, using the commissioner request as part of this meeting, is this is an additional thing that we're adding to the staff's plate as well as resources. So there needs to be board direction to do that.
And I must have misunderstood, because I thought you were actually looking for a recommended professional and the cost, which, okay, I got you.
He's just saying the preliminary.
Just get the ball.
Well, I'm just trying to make sure. Okay, I don't want to go through another weekend.
I will say that they have been, and I appreciate all the work, but they have been taxed the last couple of weeks. So I greatly appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
All right, and we'll go ahead and move forward to the next item. Before we move into closed session, we've been going at it for a little while. Let's go ahead and take we're going to move into closed session. It's going to be a little...
You're not going to do the airport?
No, I pulled that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I pulled that.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and take a 15-minute recess before we come back and move into closed session.
You're going to move into closed session after the recess?
Correct. We'll go ahead and come out of recess and move to item 7, our closed session. At this time, I'll entertain a motion. Vice Chairwoman Jones, you're recognized.
I make a motion that we go into closed session for attorney-client matters pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A3.
Second. And Madam Chair, that would be two matters.
Two matters.
Two attorney-client matters.
So the motion is we will, to go into closed session for attorney-client matter for three separate matters. Are we going forward? Three separate attorney-client matters pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A3. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Thank you. And we are now in closed session. And at this time, I will entertain a motion to come out of closed session from Vice Chairman Jones.
Motion to come out of closed session?
Second.
The motion to come out of closed second, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We have no issues to address coming out of closed session, and I'll recognize Vice Chairman Jones for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to take this opportunity to say I love all the youth out there, and today is a very special day. A little young man that does sports. He plays football, basketball. He plays all kinds of sports, and his mother and father always balance their busy time to spend time with him. So I would like to say a very happy birthday to Gray Deviere, and from, I'm vice chair, but I'm auntie today. So I hope that you enjoy your special day. You're amazing. You bring love and light to everyone in the community and to your family. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Any other comments? Hearing none.
Motion to adjourn.
We got a motion to adjourn and probably seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we're adjourned.